Testing, testing. Test 1, 2, 3. Okay, sounds good. Okay. So today I wanted to create a to-do list for what needs to happen to release the game this year. And I have a list of things that are absolutely required, and I have nice to haves. And I think the first step is to find out what releasing a game actually means in terms of things that need to get done. So I'll just start brainstorming the tasks. So of course I need the game. That means features. Must have features. Must have content. And with content I mean mostly text, but also sound. Let's just write it down. Texts, sound. What else could be content? Let's split this into sound and music. This could be lore. Let's fill that out later. Must have features. I'll do that in a second. Then must have technical stuff. That means that means OS support. That means the deliverable. Let's call it deliverable. What else is technical? I think that's it. And what else do I need besides the game? I have long lists for everything, but they're not sorted. So I'll have to browse them real quick. I mean, actually, from the technical side, that's actually about it. Oh yeah, sure. I need testing. That means beta, at least. For that I need users. Of course, content is the world. I need decoration, at least some of it. Texts is, of course, interaction. Well, let's just call it dialogue. Readables. Sound I need sound effects, ambiances. Music I need, well, that's the question. I think per region. One song for each region is, I mean, the minimum is just one song, but that's, I think, not enough. Text is encounters. I think it's it's more than likely going to be monologues. How do you write that? Let's call it interaction. PC interaction. I need where did I put the law? Setting law. End game maybe. Introduction, end game. Sounds about right. World decoration, that's overworld, underworld. Well, I need a core loop, of course. Which is not fleshed out right now. Audio specialization. That's right. Gameplay features. Sound specialization, which just means make it stereo. That's really all it says. Technical save and load. Maybe call this systems instead. So combat. Actually, this is a tricky one. I mean, the need for combat arises from the features, not the other way around. So I'll just name it like this: combat features. Encounter features. I mean, must have gameplay features. This is too vague. I'll have to make this. I'll have to add the actual features here. I also need a options menu, and that needs at least volume. Actually, does it need it? It should have it. Maybe difficulty, but I don't think so. Options menu. Okay, main menu. Ending screen. Monster combat routines, animations. sneaking, gathering and crafting. This all goes into the gameplay features, and here I have what goes into the lore. Maybe I'll break that out. Setting. Origin, myth. I mean, there's these are all in some kind of state of being completed, so I'm not starting anew with all of this. Well, how in depth do I go with this? Well, I might as well. But then on the other hand, this is also top down. What do I need from the lore? I need the mood, and that's about it. Everything else comes from the gameplay features. Introduction is actually, I'm not sure. This is also not driven by the setting, but more by technical things. Or is it? No, this is actually gameplay. I need a tutorial dungeon or something, and I want an end game. Whatever that means, I'm not sure. Maybe an end boss, maybe some kind of meta progression. Not sure right now. Maybe I should then not add it here. Must have gameplay features, a core loop and a tutorial dungeon. I can get behind that as must-haves. These are must-haves. This is also sound, yes. I mean, sound is not essential for a roguelike, but it is for a good game. And the must have content decoration. Let's call it environment. And let's move it into setting. That sounds better. What I may need to have is characters. recognizable characters. That's actually, I think, really important. So let's put this here. Characters. I should probably decide on the conflict. And I know it's sword and sorcery. But what I was just thinking about was the era, the period this takes place in, but that's also set. There's nothing to do there. Okay. Okay, let's look at this piece of paper. Oh, there's more. Okay. An info mode. This is actually something I want. Inspect mode, which explains all the items in the game and can be expanded into more of a wiki inside the game, which would actually be really nice. Let's just put that down as must have. Can always remove it later. Then I have visual clarity of moves. That's also a need, which is currently not in the game. It's really bad. Partial revelation. Let's call this visual clarity and feedback. I've written down here on this paper, which is, I guess, half a year old, that where is it? Gameplay that is great to stream on Twitch, which I mean is something to aspire to, but I think it's too invasive. But what is a problem is the problems the game causes with video encoding, which I'm very aware of. And I think I have a solution. So when I have a render background flag that I haven't used in a hot moment, so I'm not sure if it works right out of the box. But when I turn that on, as you can see, all tiles now have a background. And I'm always switching between the two, because I'm not sure what looks better. But I always like this one when I turn it on. But I also always like the other one. So let me just look at the stream for a second while I scroll around with this view. Let's see if it fares any better with the video encoding. And well, it's also very bad. But I am streaming at a fairly low bitrate right now. But yeah, this is also really bad. Not much difference, but I think, I mean, it looks more, I think it's much easier to look at and to see what's going on. So maybe I'll just keep it on for now. As you may see right now, I've also adjusted the font a bit. What I can do as well is, maybe that helps, the encoder, is turn on the XBR filter, which I've turned on, which I've turned off all the time, just because, yeah, I'm not sure which one's better. So if I turn this on, you'll see that, oh, I know why I've turned that off. It's because all the tiles now have little holes in the corners, but as you can see, everything is rounded now. So this, well, that's still a problem. But yeah. Of course, I remember why I'm not that worried about the encoding. It's because the game takes place in this view, and yeah, that's totally fine. So there are no problems here, and this is. I mean, maybe the final game will be more zoomed out a bit, but Yeah, I think that's fine. I already don't like the font. Maybe that's just because I'm used to the other one. But it is much easier to read. Okay, so visual clarity and feedback are absolutely things I need to improve greatly, but bit rates or making the game play well on Twitch are not... I mean, if the game is great, it should be great on Twitch too. There's nothing that stops it from that. Okay, deep hidden places, have that. Experience points and level system, have something similar. Great entrance and exit areas. Okay, I mean, these are all just checks I wrote for myself to keep in mind all the time, but they're not something you work towards. They're something you iterate over. So okay, there's some more interesting stuff here. Audio, specialization in music, have that. Spell VFX, I mean that comes from clarity. These are all features. Saving and loading, okay, loudness, brightness, controls, that's true. I need brightness, I need control scheme, or what do you call it? What is it called? Mapping, remapping, something like that. Attract mode, that sounds much better. Attract mode, fancy. I mean, let's... There are these terms in game dev like vertical slice, horizontal slice, beautiful corner, and I think I'm past that. But maybe they are a good idea. Let's just keep them there. Oh, text, that's right. I need place names. Well, maybe one setting. Names for places. Wildlife. That is also setting. Wildlife. Is it a must to have? No. So let's put it in brackets. Place names is also not the must have. Conflict and mood are environment, overworld, underworld, and characters are. So this is not essential. But the other ones seem to be. Okay, let's look further down the list. Livable world, many starts. These are old ideas. Antagonist. Maybe I do need an antagonist. Let's put it in parentheses. Antagonist. Okay, this list done. These are just to-dos. Let's call it fluff. Let's call it visual fluff. I mean, I think it's actually really important, but maybe not for the initial release. I mean, it's the easiest thing to defer, but it's definitely something that needs to be there sometime or at one point. So let's just name it what it is. Rain, dust, or let's put it here. Rain, dust, fog, snow. Clouds, cloud shadows. Water, sure. Okay, then I have cutscenes. I'm not sure if I mean, I have a dialogue system for multiple NPCs that take turns talking, but I think that's the extent of it. Perks, professions, that's all old stuff. Lockpicking minigame. I mean, I have a really stupid one that kind of works. So that, I mean, it's not must have. I'll make another list with nice to haves just after this, so I'll put it there. Maybe I'll write it down. Maybe I'll just open the list right now. I'll just write it down here. Picking mini game. Okay. Themed dungeons, terrain, tween. This is done. And I have factions. And I think I need factions. Just for sake of conflict. So let's put that in here with a parentheses. Oh yeah, companions. That's a big one. I think that needs to be in the game from the start. That's just a huge thing, at least for me. Which means not necessarily other people, but pets that you may or may not tame yourself. But yeah, companions needs to be in the game. I'm pretty sure. Bartering. I mean, this is either it's in or it's out. Because to have bartering in the game, there have to be many other things in the game, and vice versa. So I'm not sure if this is a must-have. Actually, let's leave it out. I do like the idea of having to interact with NPCs, but I don't like selling and buying stuff. That's just busy work. But yeah, I mean, actually, I think it should not be in the game, but maybe trading items with NPCs. That's much better. If you take away the money, it becomes more meaningful. And more interesting. So let's leave it at that. Landing street. Oh, of course, permadeath. And that is also death screen. And we start new, load, we start I mean, there's no restart. That's just start. Put this down here. What else do I have? That's it for here. Sound atmospheres. Oh, visual fluff. I mean, is this? Weather. Let's just put that here. One big question I've not tackled is whether or not the player can cross water. I mean, if I look at the game right now, it's very gamey. Of course, not only in the graphics, but in the layout of the world. So it's not that strange that water is a barrier. But I have a script, so to say, that drops the water down one height and makes it transparent. And walkable, but I mean, this is a big question and I should probably answer that soon, because the patch detection, which this is one patch, this all these tiles that are connected and are on the same elevation is one patch, and this algorithm that detects these patches already depends on the water not being walkable. I mean, it doesn't really depend on it, but it assumes it, and so do I right now. So yeah, that has to be solved. But there's nothing in the features I've written. The features I wrote that demands. Oh yes, there is. There is one feature that demands water to be swimmable. So let's put it in swimming in water. So maybe there are different types of water. Sometimes some types that you can swim in and others you don't. Okay, so I think this is it for this list. Ranged enemies, pressure plates, poison gas. Yeah, these are all individual features. Okay, so now what I have besides these papers, I have cards with other features that I want to have in the game. So this one is make talking to an NPC be a bump action and speech bubbles disappear when moving. This is, I mean, this is just a reminder for myself for how to make the dialogue work. So where do I put this? Is this a must-have? It's more like a try this out. Okay, let's just put that to the back. Add a spoiler checkbox in the options that shows extended tooltips for each gameplay object. Doing away with the need for a wiki. Okay, this is basically the inspect mode. And let's add this spoiler option. I mean, spoiler is just taken from the NetHack community, which means reading about features instead of discovering them yourself. Whoops. Put a giant, round, abandoned and cursed city at the center of the map. I mean, okay, the idea was that the game paths all end in the center of the city. But that reminded me too much of Breath of the Wild. But I do like the idea of a large abandoned city, which is actually at the core of all of this. I mean, it's very important for the setting as I've envisioned it right now. So put a giant abandoned city at the center of the map. What I could do instead is place multiple of these cities on the map, because the paths through the world are randomized. So having more cities, your chance of encountering one is higher. Put a giant round Panico city. But I do like this abandoned city idea, and I think it should be in the game. Large, let's just put it in its original form. Large circular city. Abandoned city. Okay. Next one is have one use spell scrolls that can, through a ritual, become permanent, reusable learned spells to have a progression of spells while randomizing the acquisition of these abilities. I mean, I'm not sure if I want spells in the game. I'm much more leaning towards having different potions that have magic-like abilities. But what I don't want is the game to turn into high fantasy. So I'm not sure about this. Okay, next one. Make different areas of the game be populated by different types of monsters and factions. That's actually a great point. Put this in settings. Regions. Monster types. Yeah, that's the place it should go. Monster types and factions. Okay. Populated by different... Okay, I've misunderstood. Make different areas be populated by different types of monsters to surprise the player on repeated runs. So switch up the regions. I'm not sure if I can... I'm not sure if I want to, but I want this. I want regions to be distinct. But I don't want to shuffle the whole map around, because why do I have a map then in the first place? Could just proc gen everything. Okay, create looping paths in the overworld for the player to hide and kite monsters. That falls into core loop, I guess. Wow, do I just put that there? Cutting around objects. Let's just put it there. Create corridors on the overworld using elevation inside patches to give the player a direction to flee to and approach rooms from more safety. What? To give the player a direction to flee to and approach rooms from more safety. I mean, that's maybe covered the card. Make the sneak mechanic depend on the use of the wait button. Oh, that's actually what I want. Must have a sneak king using wait button. Okay. So this basically means if you want to stay in the sneaking stance, you'll have to wait a turn after moving each time. So it's a move, wait, move, wait. If you screw up, you'll leave the sneaking stance and probably be detected. And this same type of movement also applies for brittle stone slabs in the floor that will crumble. At least right now, I'm not sure how I'll implement these stone slabs, but yeah, that's how sneaking will work. At least until I find a better solution. Okay, that's it. Make sneak mode limit the depth of vision so that everything outside a radius around the player is in shadow, to make clear that enemies outside that radius cannot see. Okay, that goes into clarity. Spawn in only entities of entered patches and keep those on the last 3 visited ones to bring a sense of consistency and predictability. I mean, right now entities are only spawned in around the player in a specific radius. I think it's 64 by 64 tiles around the player are spawned in, and that means if you distance yourself more than 64 tiles, more than 32 tiles from a dead monster, it will be unloaded and reloaded alive when you backtrack to that location. So that's a limitation which this tries to solve, but that would require me to completely drop the approach I have now, so maybe I'll not do that unless it really becomes a problem. Okay, separate patches into situation and occupation. I do. The idea is important. Runs. How do I word this? Content on path is binder. Let's make it like this: tractor, amplifier, and parallel are placed along the path, but placing is not enough. I want them to be placed with meaningful. Wait, that's not saying much. I want them to coordinated. Placements are interdependent along path. I mean, that's also says nothing. Combine a long path to create what do they create? An experience. So these are, if you've not heard these terms before, that's because I invented them. They are just categories of features that have different roles in the game. So a binder is something that attaches the player more to the world. An attractor is something that draws the player into the world. Let me give examples. A binder is just an encounter, could be an NPC that you meet that tells their story, and the attractor is often an item that points you toward another direction in the world, or a place, or tells you about a place where you should go. An amplifier is something that complicates gameplay, like a field of holes in the ground, where before there were just 3 zombies, now there are zombies and a couple of holes. And peril is the zombies. So perils are just challenges that you can lose or win as a player. So I came up with these, and this must-have gameplay feature is that they should be shuffled in a meaningful way along the path of a run for maximum effect. Because these 4 elements represent the core elements of a story, as I've read it, at least. So I read a couple of books and came up with this, and I have no idea if it works, but I can always adjust. Okay, so combine along to create what did I just say? It sounded better than what I have here. Combine along path to let's just used to full effect along path. That's a must-have. I spend too much time to not use them in the right way. Okay. I just separate pages. Okay. Create a large catalog of encounters that are randomly placed in the world each run, assigned to specific patches to create a replayable but authorized game story. I mean, can just edit. Randomized NPC placement. That is something I thought about. Add back fog of war. Nope. Make dead mobs drop 1 item on the floor, not turn into a corpse container. That's actually visual clarity. So I can put this here, parentheses, remove dead containers. Place I mean, this makes it much more gamey and less realistic. But realism is not always good. I'll just have to try this out. Try this out and see if it's better. Okay. Clamp the camera to the center of terrain patches. Ooh, okay. That conflicts with not killing the video encoders, because this means that I have to zoom out much more. Okay, add plateau generators. Okay, that's back when I named it plateau for some reason. Add the terrain patch generators that change the makeup for location procedurally, so the world is less static between runs. I mean, I have that. Add ropes and consumption of them when using nails and ledges. This brings good point. Interesting world traversal. So this is also a requirement. And I have nails, which are, for lack of a better word, for lack of a better word, are points where you can jump down but not back up. And I had a few more of these. Bridges. Well, let's make it like this for a start. Thinking about traversal too much. Add foreshadowing using items and props and NPCs at path crossings in order to capture a sense. Okay, so that is a good point. I have visual clarity here, but I also want foreshadowing. Themed items, themed objects, add paths, add crossings, forks, exits. That's better. So for example, if you reach a fork in the path, and I mean this is really simple, so the path to your right is full of skulls on sticks, then you might be right in assuming that this leads through a witch village. And if the other path is just greenery, then maybe it leads through a forest. This is what I mean with foreshadowing here. Okay, turn unused spaces between paths into linear drop-in overworld dungeon rides. Okay, that's obsolete. Make gear and items deteriorate with use in order to introduce a rising and falling difficulty curve, forcing the player to adapt their own strategies. I mean, it's not a must-have, but let's put it in here. Gear deterioration. This sounds like a good thing to have. Add a leveling and XP system with perks to be chosen at level up to have a backbone progression. No. Separate world regions by mechanics and complications to aid the player, forming a mental map of the world. This mental map. I mean, they don't need a mental map. What for do they need a mental map? I mean, it's fine if they have one, but it's not that they need one. Spruce up the combat feedback to make what's happening more readable. I have that. I mean, I have that on the list. Reconnect the terrain patches at random each start to create a different linear path to the world. Okay, I have that. Add numbers describing the progression of the player that could go up and up to easily show the growing power and accomplishment of the player. Making it more satisfying. Nope. Maybe. Not right now. Create a sandbox and a deep simulation that has world building and character in order to satisfy. I mean, what is a deep simulation? Maybe in a couple of years. Add factions into the game that roam the world, creating wildcard story generators. That's in randomized NPCs. Insufferable gnomes. Oh, that's just stupid. Make talking to NPCs be a bump action. Okay, and we're back at the start. Okay, and then I have another couple of cards, but I think they're all bad. So I'll go through them quickly. A story about spirits and chaotic forces. Nope. Collectibles with play value. Oh, that's actually fun. That's actually fun. Where do I note this down? I'll just leave this card here. Combat status effects. Okay, I have these. Supernatural. That lets you speak to ethereal beings. Nope. Oh, I have totally forgotten about the ghosts, but I think they're in the features. And why is this stopwatch running? Okay. Sort loot inventory by... Okay, forget this. Randomized loot. Okay, I have that. Encounter system. Don't need that. Professions. Nope. Maybe later. Not right now. One-sided ledges in terrain. I have that. Night and day cycle. I have that. I mean, it doesn't do anything, but I have it. I mean that... should play into wildlife. Okay, these are all empty. So that's good. These can go. Abandoned world. So that few surviving characters can shine. I mean, it's kind of a weather wizard. A wizard making weather. Spell and weapon attack. Okay, this is animations. Don't need that. Misses and critical strikes have that. Romance and friendships. This is actually something that could be really interesting. So let's put this into the companions. Oh god, friendships in parentheses. I mean, the game is not about this. It's not something important for the game, but it can elevate the experience. Yes, this should actually, in some form, be in the game. In a small, well, it's not what the game's about. Combat. I had this, okay. Overworld map. Hidden exits. Have that. Metroidvania map progression. Nope. Marketable iconography. Jesus. I'll think of something. Quests and quest hubs. That's a tricky one. That's a tricky one. I do like the idea of encountering villages, but they are not questing hubs. They are maybe encounter hubs, but they can be. Oh wow, they actually might be really good. I mean, I have villages in the game, but I could make them mandatory for the path to go through at some point. And yeah, I mean, they would be small, only 3 or 4 houses, maybe 5 people there. Let's add it. Villages. Let's just call it quest hubs. Oh, not. Let's not call it that. Villages as story hubs. That's what I want. Okay. NPC routines. Maybe later. Small activities / high interactivity with time. Combat. Auto or manual companion. It's auto. Player housing, no. Permadeath, yes. Player is cleaning up and the dungeons or areas and can see the difference afterwards. I mean, that should go into visual clarity. Okay. Mini games. Lockpick, fishing, crafting. Do I want fishing? No. I can have hunting with the wildlife. That would be fine, I guess. I mean, it sounds fun, having a fishing minigame, but it's just so... Maybe if I can come up with something special. But I do like the lock picking, because it moves you from this exploration monster killing mode into a fiddling mode. So it breaks up the pace, which is nice. But fishing, not so sure. Okay, next couple of ones. Conflict and have that. Weapon type, centered level, progression. Is this a Skyrim type progression? Don't have that. Limit weapon attacks to 4 different ones. Okay, this was brings up a good question. This is talking about turn-based combat, but not in the roguelike way, but in the Pokemon for the Game Boy way, where you have special attacks. No. Terrain tweening, no. Creative expression through character build. I mean, there's nothing to see on your character. Your character turns brown when you wear leather armor, but that's about it. So there's no... I mean, creative expression is much more the way you play the game. How you approach problems. Which may be hard to see. But yeah. Chess players have that. Time limited quest availability. Calendar quests, time of day quests. This is for the future. Mods. I mean, no mods right now. Stealth. Enemy look direction. Darkness, fog. Okay, I have that. Companion, death, and revival. There's no revival. Top-down attack combat. Yes, I have this. That, thank you. Tables that have multiple pouches to search through. Okay, that's just annoying. A unseeming duo owning together without having to talk. Don't know what that means. In desert. Don't have desert. A scanner device that... Okay, that was very long ago. It's gone. Okay. Environmental storytelling. Yeah, yes. Then Dungeons as a roller coaster rides. Kind of puzzles. I have puzzles. Peeking around corners. may be necessary. I don't think so. Tactile and playful animations. Thank you. Inventory management. I mean, mounts. Nope. Hundreds. Okay. Wow. Miss all this. Almost done with these, but some were good. Okay, no. Town portal. This is interesting. Of course, town portals in a linear path would make it not be linear. But what if it isn't linear, but more of a network? Wow. No idea what that means, but it sounds cool. So let's just write it down. It sounds too complicated to think about right now, but let's put it. Let's put it here. Right. Okay. Random start. Have that. No magic, but colonial times. Scenic tropical island. Nope. Stepping into a house dampens the sounds of nature outside. I have not thought about that. Or have I? Yes, I changed the sounds. Large end boss sprites. Not really. Combat. Higher level begins. I'm not quite sure who begins right now. I think it's where you stand. Limited ammo weapons. Companions have that. Weaknesses and strength against in combat. This could be fun. Like hitting a plant with an axe does more damage. Hey Andre. Hey man, a cap instead of a beanie today. Yeah. Today is cap day. Weaknesses and strength against. Let's just add it here. Almost forgot about the life. Was watching Handmade Hero. Casey's setting up his... And do you use a shell script to build or make? Yeah. No, I use make. Yeah, make. But the OpenBSD variant of it, which I didn't know was different, but GNU and BSD make are not compatible, which is, I mean, it is what it is. Transportation. Oh god, I have to keep all of these. Shops. Okay, dungeons. World expands. Factions. Taking advantage of a 3D world. That should maybe go on the list. In the previous message it was build.bat for Casey and build.shell for me. Ah, okay. Casey is setting up his build.bat and your build.shell. Okay. Yeah. Scripts. Shell scripts for building are absolutely fine. I've been thinking of converting back to a shell script actually, because make is weird. It's not really intuitive. Immersion, okay. NPCs line of sight, grabbing the player and escorting them for tutorials. Okay, that's terrain traversal, jumping, climbing, falling, gliding, ice gliding, terrain travel. Okay, I have that. Monsters, low health, sprite. That's actually something for clarity. Okay, these are the last ones, I promise. I think there are some empty ones as well. One empty one. Combat, diminishing returns. Maybe. Scanning and cataloging the environment. Nope. Or maybe. That could be fun. Cataloging the environment. I mean, these are... Some of them are good ideas. Off-grid travel with simplified vector graphics. Oh. A group of bandits sought after by a group of investigators. Okay. Emergent gameplay. Don't even know what that means. Larger boss sprites. Role playing. Enemy level scaling. Ooh, enemy level scaling. I mean, that will come up. Or wait a moment. I think this is actually... This actually needs to be in the game. This actually needs to be there. And this doesn't mean that the enemies scale with the player, but that there is some kind of scaling, some kind of curve, and preferably one that gives you the a matching challenge to your abilities. Okay, online component, maybe later. Melee combat, have that. Spell combat, no. Wildlife, dungeon entrances, mimic, story intros, dungeon exits, mimic story endings. Okay, this is really involved. And more something for a team of 100 people. But it's really nice. Maybe that's clarity. Maybe that goes into clarity. That goes into foreshadowing. Themed objects and exits. Starts and ends. Endings. Beginnings and endings in terrain. That if I read this in a week, I have no idea what it means. So let's just write it down as it is here. Entrances, exits, mimic, story, intros, endings. Good enough. Okay. Auto traversal mode. No. Followers. The player can make friends that follow him. That's just companions. In target mode. I have no idea what that means. World lore. Custom spells. Third-party minigame. Inspired combat experience for each weapon type. Okay. That just means make weapons work like they have a background minigame. Seeking magic missile projectiles. Okay. No. Giant quest lines? No. Single and multi-selection weapons and spells? No. Random start location with backstory. Oh. Backstory. That's actually fun. I haven't thought about the loadout. Wow. I think that's only the second time that comes to mind in a year and a half. Player loadout and backstory. the other way around. Backstory and loadout selection. Okay, good. That's it. No more ideas to go through. This should actually... Let's just go over this one more time and think about collectibles with play value. And think about what is missing for this to be released. Collectibles with play value. Did I put this in here somewhere? I mean, it's not... This is actually more like achievements. Let's just put it here. Hidden meta collectibles with play value. This could be really fun. I could also dote them out to Patreons or stream viewers, and they unlock some gameplay mode options or something like that. Or even just unlocking a color for your character or something. Whatever. Okay. What time is it? Almost 10 already. Okay. I'll take a short break and then I'll go through this and hopefully find the rest of what's missing. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. So I have these requirements. And the question now is, how do I fulfill these requirements? No, that's the question for later. Current question is, do I have everything? Let's just do the obvious thing and search online for a game development release checklist. Just so I haven't forgotten anything super obvious. And of course, this is hype.com. Great. Games publisher. Conceptualizing. Prototyping. Okay. I have all that. Checklist library. Sadly, most of the websites I see seem to be SEO optimized, auto-generate content. Yeah, it's pretty bad out there. And I think Reddit for the rescue seems pretty good. Okay. Create an amazing game, sure. Launch screens. Main menu. Display settings. Display. Let's just call it resolution. Oops. Window full. Quality, language. Well, that's just English. Controls. Keyboard. Controller. Save and load. Support, troubleshooting. High scores. I was thinking about high scores. High score. Scoring system. High score. daily seed, something like that. Feedback, credits, updates, loading screen is just black. Error handling, automatic reporting. I mean, you have crash reports on platforms like macOS. I'm not sure about Windows, probably too. So maybe in the future. In-game options. In-game menu. Save, load. Inventory. Oh, do I need a map? Actually not right now. Achievements, maybe. End game sequence. What is the end? That's actually a good point. Testing, automated testing. I should have. This is also a good point. I should have testing bot. Should have a bot that walks through the game and just clicks on everything. Better branch. I mean, there won't be a branch, but there will be a better release. Marketing, email campaigns, textual info, press kit. I mean, I won't release this to the press, but well, this is, I sort of have this. This is actually good advice. Let me just steal this. Promotional assets. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's also true. Logo. Okay. Oh, there's the press kit. Sales. System requirements. Well, trademark. That sounds horrible. I don't think I need... Do I need content rating? Let's just add that for completeness. I guess that's it. Okay. I know what an elevator pitch is. Okay, this vertical, horizontal slice. Where do I put this? I think they are actually stupid. Okay, for my type of, for where I am in this game. Okay, let's move everything optional to the bottom. I mean, visual clarity. Okay, I mean, that's doable. The texts. I mean, I think I should pick out features I have for all of these that apply at least. I mean, randomized NPC placement is done very quickly. Okay, I mean, I now have the workload. Now I should estimate how long it will take to complete everything, or every of these points, each of these. And then I can start to estimate how long it will take as a whole, but I should also I can do this after. I should divide this into milestones, maybe a month long. But how do I know how long? How do I know how long it takes to create a call loop? That'll take basically the whole time. So this is useless. Tutorial dungeon. I might do this at the very end. Will take. Wow, I have no idea. I think at least a week. Player backstory and loadout selection. For that I have to write the backstory. So this can... I can't change the backstory, so the story is easily changed, but I need this loadout fairly soon. So let's say this is actually just a couple of hours. Well, I need a screen. This is a start run screen. Player backstory. Backstory loadout. So this will take maybe 1 day. Okay, this is for all of them. Yeah, I guess 1 day. Then I have the... Where is it? Don't I have a death screen? Hello? Is it down here? Yeah, it's here. That's stupid. Okay. And it needs... Well, I can put the high score right there. Let's say 1 day. Sneaking. This is actually... Using the wait button. Which is also 1 day. Well, it might actually be 2. Inspect mode. That is... Oh, this is... I guess a week. Because I have to write all the texts. And this should go at the end. when I know what everything is. Sure, clarity and feedback. I mean, this is more of a check. Again, it's more of a quality thing. So this is that's stupid. What I need here is that's also just a quality marker. There's nothing to implement. Same with this here. I need the foreshadowing in the environment. The foreshadowing comes from the features here in gameplay. Low health sprite, that's fine. And replace the container. Action feedback, that's also quality assurance. So this is not really timeable. Let's give it 1 day. Companions. How do you acquire them? This is actually insanely involved. But the stupidest variant would take about a week. Follows fights. Joins, follows, fights, dies. So that's the stupidest variant. And let's turn this around for friendship and romance. This can be another month or something. Trading items with NPCs. There I need a table of wanted items and NPCs. And this should maybe be dependent on what the player needs. The question is, I'm not sure if I want this actually. If money is not, I mean, money is just more versatile. It's something that almost any enemy can drop. But in most games it's also the most useless thing. So maybe I'll just not add it at all. I mean, money is in the game right now, but this system, which is purely about trading, seems much more fun. Let's just give that also a week. Swimming in water, that could be 2 days. That means why if this is needed? Swimming in water, movement code, and the what did I call it? Modify water tiles in the world. Check, recheck, walkability, accessibility, everywhere. Okay, this is a week. Large circular central abandoned city. This is 1 week. Binder ejector panel reduced. Okay, this is a path generator. Intelligent path generator. Okay, this more like this. Encounters paths along path. Region. Specific. Monsters and loot. This is 2 weeks. Randomized NPC placement. Well, this is 2 days maybe. Interesting world traversal. This is 3 days. Enemy level scaling. This is 3 days. In roguelikes, there's a linear history, or it's all randomized. It depends on the roguelike, but most roguelikes don't have much story. Interesting world traversal, enemy scaling, in-game menu. This is 1 day. I mean, to make it pretty, maybe longer. End game sequence. Let's make this. Could be 1 day. Could be 4 weeks. Let's make it 1 week. Collectibles, okay, these are all optional. Inspect mode, 1 week, 1 week, 1 week, okay. And this gives us 7 plus 7 plus 1 plus 3 plus 3 plus 2 plus 14 plus 7 plus 7 plus 7 plus 7 plus 3 plus 2. That's 70 days. I mean, it will probably take longer. So let's say 90 days. That's 3 months. Now for the content. Text encounters. Well, the question is, how many encounters do we have? Let's say the game starts with 50. I need maybe an hour to write one, so they're short. Let's make it 2 hours. That's 100 divided by, what am I, 100 hours divided by 10, that's 10 days. Then I have NPC interactions. Let's say there are 100 NPCs and I need half an hour for each of them. That's 5 days. And then I have readables. Let's say there are 20 readables and I need 2 hours for each of them. That's 4 days. Setting. Okay, I think this is actually the most work of all. So let's begin here. I mean, mood and conflict, that's, mood is a quality, that's bad. Conflict, I know the conflict. Environments, okay, regions, I have, how many regions? Where is my stuff? Oh god. Is it this? Let me think, where would this be? This would be in gameplay. Where is my gameplay folder? Setting, gameplay miscellaneous. Set this one actually. I think it is. Oh, there it is. Oh, well, no, not. How many regions are there? I mean, that's the problem with paper. But, this just break. It just broke. Where is the binder? Oh man. Unfindable. But I could I? I could. No, I can't. I mean, there's no reason why I would move it from this desk. Where else could I? Oh, there it is. What did I do? Okay. So I have. Okay, I mean, these are not regions. They are field, forest, rocks, mud, snow, bog. And then I also have stream, river, shore, lake, pond. These are not regions. I do not have regions. I mean, they could be regions. Except for... I mean... stream, not really. River, not really. Shore, lake, pond, yeah. Pond, no. Not pond. Field, forest, strokes, not slow. Okay. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 regions. But I don't like shore and lake. Let's remove them. So that leaves 6. 6 regions. This means I have to create let's be very sparse here and say 6 types of wildlife for each region, or we can even just say one type of wildlife for each region that sorry, that needs some kind of behavior and loot and behavior, loot, what's it called? Sprite. Behavior, loot, sprite, maybe even sound. So that's 6 times behavior, loot, sprite, sound. Say that takes 3 hours. So 6 times 3 is I hope 18, which is, let's just say, 2 days. Monsters are already there. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Create 2 days, place. I should have timed placing the world markers yesterday. Maybe I should do this now. But I would say it's 20 minutes times 16. So 16 times 20 divided by 60 plus 16 times 20 divided by 60. So that's 5 hours for the whole world. let's add some overhead and say it's let's say it's well, I only have half a day, and it says half a day. That's fine. That's 5 hours. Monsters. Should already exist, and they are not placed by hand. Wait, the wildlife is also not placed by hand. Factions. I have 3. Monsters. They come from the do they come from the features? I don't think so, actually. Create one for each region, and that's let's say 3 days. That's really few factions. Create 3 NPC types, maybe. Oh, no, that's not what this means. Factions in the regions. Create an outpost for the region, and this is maybe 1 day. Okay, so the overworld. Decorate, which will take forever. This will actually take an insane amount of time. Patch. Render patch. I want the stats and DS patches. Pathlen. Oh, there it is. But I want this one. Patches. Oops. Layer 0, 1, 2. What? And patches undefined? What are you talking about? Oh. Stupid. And now. Okay, I have 2,800 patches. The overworld. 600 in the interiors and 308 in the dungeons. Oh god. Okay, let's be generous and say it takes me 5 minutes. I mean, how much work do I really need to do? Do I really have to do? Because the patches are kind of decorated by... Okay, let's just say I don't decorate them at all. Why not? Let's say I have the algorithm decorate them. I mean, of course I can place outposts and ruins, but I don't have to place every single bush or stone, because okay, let's just do the math. I have, and let's again be generous, because the dungeon patch size is, well, actually, I mean, it's at least double of what layer 2 is. So let's just put this in. 6808 plus 601 plus 308. That's 3717 times 5. That's if I need 5 minutes for each patch. And let's divide that by 60 to have the hours. That's 300 hours. It's actually not that bad. That's 30 days. It's actually not that bad. Of course, this is unrealistic because that would mean 30 days, 10 hours a day, nothing but clicking on these things. So it's not doable. And some of these patches may take longer than 5 minutes. I mean, you'd have to come up with a type of decoration in the first place. You'd have to have ideas of what to place somewhere. So, I mean, I can't just... If I use the algorithm like I do right now, nothing's stopping me from still decorating some of the patches. I can just work on them until at one point in the future I don't need the algorithm anymore. So I think that is actually the right approach. So what I do is I'm not decorating the whole world, but let's say 100 patches, which is 500 minutes, which is like 10 hours. Let's make it double, so that let's really crank it up and say it's a week. So that's 1 week. Town portals. Not not linear, but a network of paths. I mean, that does not affect any of this. This is irrelevant. Yes, foreshadowing. That goes into decorate. Characters. I need characters, and I need a lot of them. Let's say I need 50. Didn't I have 50 somewhere else? Nope. 100. I'm confused. But I have not had characters. Okay. So let's have 50 characters. And They are either from the factions, or are travelers, or are ghosts, or are other. So I mean 50 is a bit low. 50 is a bit low. I mean, it's enough. For a start, it's... I mean, the less there are, the more familiar they become. So let's make it... Let's make it less, but make them better. 20 is still pretty high. Let's make it 10. But spend a whole lot of time on them. Let's say 3 days per character. Well, that's maybe too much. Let's make it 1 day. One day. Multiple encounters. Dozen or so. Dialogues. Each. That makes sense. Can I write 12 of them a day? Can maybe write more. Mm. Well, dialogues. I mean, they're not dialogues, monologues. I hope this is the correct way to write this word, to spell this word. And 12 monologues each. I think that's 6 hours. One every half hour. I think that's fair. So that's 10 times 6 hours is 6 days. Let's say 1 week. And this is 5, 6, 2 weeks. And this is okay, what are the encounters? I think, isn't this the same? I think the NPCs should all be named. So yes, there are encounters. The interactions are covered below and readables. 10 days, 4 days. So texts are 2 weeks for the encounters and readables. And this is just talking to people. Antagonist, well, maybe later. Okay, now we have sound. And this is also bad. But I mean, it doesn't look that bad right now. Actually, 90 days for gameplay is pretty good. I mean, I plan, or I have planned to release the game in 6 months at the earliest. So we are still in the game with, I mean, only one, what is 3? Oh, this is 3 months. Okay. It could get quite hairy, but we'll see. Take a short break. Okay. Before I forget to mention, this is just a yardstick, so it's just for me to find out what the most pressing issues are and in what order I should attack things. So I have not added the features here. Add features, which is find Pearl tractor amplifier times, and no, that's a question. Let's set the time first. Let's say 2 months. It's 8 weeks. I need around half a day. Let's make this 90 days. So I can get 180 features done. Which is pretty good. But I also need well, actually that's okay. Days. Wait, 90 days is 3 months. So I can get 120 done. 2 months. Which is also not bad. Okay, let's just stick with this. Characters, place names. Okay, this is FX. This could be bad. Let's say I have budget for 100 effects, which is well, it's not many. This is really budgeting it. And let's say it takes me about 10 minutes. Let's say 15 to find and implement them. For that I need varying playback, at least pitch. Should take me a day, maybe more. It's actually not easy. I could pre-process the files. No, that's... I need this varying pitch playback. So this is... I believe 1500, but let's not trust my math skills. And divided by 60, that's 25 hours. It's actually not bad. That's 3 days. That's 1 week. I mean, that sounds about right. But 100. Let's make it 1 week, just to be safe. So that's 9 days. Ambiances. I need, let's say for each region, times day and night. So I said I had 6 regions. And I need about half an hour for an ambience, or maybe an hour. Ooh. Let's make it 1 hour. And that's 6 times 2 times 1. Okay, that's 12 hours. I mean, implementing these is really easy. I already have that. Let's make it 2 days to be safe. But I believe, oh, these ambiances can be really tricky. Same for music. Let's say half a day for a piece of music, which is ambitious. And that's 6 days. Let's make it 1 week. This is 11 days. Okay. Let's move this here. I can actually skip this. Then setting is 3 weeks. Guess. Yes. Let's make this 2 weeks. Add some buffer. Like this. 2 days. Okay, now the technical stuff. I need Windows, which will take 1 week, hopefully. Bundling the deliverable with maybe another week. Let's move this to the game. Main menu. 3 days. Options, 3 days. So that's another week. 2 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. So this is 7, 8, 9 weeks. Is that right? 5, 7, 8, 9. And OS support, required specs. I mean, this is 1 hour. Trademark, I have no idea. I mean, required specs. This game runs totally fine on my 7-year-old laptop. Seven-year-old business laptop, so there's not much to worry about there. Okay, trailer. Oh, this can. I have no idea how long a trailer takes to make. Maybe a week, maybe a day. I'm not even sure if I want to have a trailer. This is actually optional. Logo, okay, this is 1 day maybe. Gameplay videos. I'll trust the community. Texts, this is 1 day because I have most of this already. Then testing beta release, I mean, this takes no time. Well, the testing bot takes time. This is 1 week at least. So let's put that there. So this is 2 days. Okay, so the grand total wait, did I do this right? If not, 1 week, 9 weeks. How many weeks is this? 1 plus 9. Let's call it 12 weeks. Um, 22 weeks. Is that correct? I think so. Okay, so then 22 divided by 4 is 5 months. That's actually not bad. So in 5 months, I could have a bare bones game that does what it's supposed to do. If it's fun, that's an entirely different question, but this tells me that I'm on the right track. And if I did do a trailer, I mean, that's just another week. Gameplay videos, another week. So that's completely doable. Let me just look over this if I haven't. 60 days, 90 days. Have I added these 90 days at all? Because if not, then that's really bad. Um, 21 to 5, 8:30. That's 44, 50. I have not added the 60 days. So this is 150. Which is 21 weeks. I mean, it's 9 weeks more than this. So it's 32 weeks. Which is 8 months. Which is quite different. But still in range. I mean, putting this in Excel would have been nice, but okay, so let's look at what I could drop. I mean, I can bring this down. Now, maybe I should shoot for 6 months, which is 6 times 4. Just 24 weeks. So let's look at what can be cut. I mean, I can cut this. That's 1 week less. Actually, let's make a new file. 30, that's 1 week. Put it to the other optional stuff. Swimming in water, I could cut that, but do I need 2 weeks for this? Don't think so. Just slim that down. That's 29. Inspect mode, tutorial dungeon and game sequence. This is optional. 28. Getting closer. Must have, I mean, these, yeah, the features here. Do I need 120? I think I do need that many. I think I can't remove this. Do I need the tutorial dungeon? Yes. I think cutting the tutorial would be pretty bad. So do I cut companions? No, I don't think so. Trading items. I mean, why is this 1 week? This is actually just a feature. This is just a feature. That's nothing to do with... Oh, wrong direction. Nothing to do with finishing the game. Okay, 27. Swimming, I think I want that. The intelligent path generator is, I think, also essential. And let's look at the content. Maybe we can shave off a week from the setting. From the environment. That's pretty close cut already. Nope. Sound. I can't reduce this. I could cut Windows support. I'd be glad to. Testing bot, I can... I shouldn't. Wow, this gets tricky. Encounters, characters. And these are actually also settings. Or are they? Life is freezing for me, probably my internet. Oh, it is at my end. It says unstable connection for me. Mm-hmm. This is pretty bad. When it's fluctuating, which is pretty bad. I'm not sure. Can you hear me? So yeah, this happens sometimes. I'll check my router. That they switch off some of the cell nodes here at night. Not sure why. I mean, it's bitrate is still bad, but it's dropped freezing. Okay, that's a start at least. It seems to be stabilizing. Okay, so my connection says it's fine. So it's congested somewhere in the network nearby. Yeah. I'll hope it recovers soon. But yeah, it's with my provider. So okay, Twitch says it's fine again. My OBS says it's it's not great, but Twitch says it's fine. So I hope it'll hang on for this last stretch. Bitrate is better too. Okay. Okay, it looks healthy here. Who knows what happens on the internet in all those wires. But yeah, my provider is a bit finicky sometimes. Okay, where was I? Encounters with... That's right, I was cutting stuff. I mean, not cutting, but moving into the future. Alright, looks better. I was... I'm not sure when it cut out, but all I was doing is going through and looking for stuff that can be done later, especially the tutorial dungeon. That I think that has to be in the game at the start. Same for the path generator. The environments have to be there. Characters have to be there. Sound has to be there. I mean, this is really budget sound right here. So can't cut that anymore. Less of cutting sound altogether. So music, I want that. I could drop Windows, but let's not do that. Actually, Windows is kind of a question mark. I'm not sure. I'm still debating if I'll do the port on an actual Windows machine, or if I use Ming 64 and cross-compile it, which I will actually probably do, because I don't have the patience to work with the Windows APIs. Even though they are really well documented. So you have to give it to Windows to have really good documentation. But well, I'm a Unix kid, so I prefer that. So I'm at 27 weeks. I mean, that's 3 weeks over 6 months. That's still in June, which gives me 1 or 2 months of buffer to add more things that I think the game absolutely needs. Starting with all these that are taken out. Right now, but yeah, I think this is a good plan. 27, that's not bad. I mean, actually it's 28. It's 28 weeks. So that's July, which is also fine. Okay. Now, do I put this into, in what form do I put this or bring this into? Maybe I just leave it like this and pick something to do when I'm not sure of what to do. I should maybe bring them into the same form as the other features. And define what exactly it is I want from them. But that's actually not that easy. Encounters with characters of setting. This, for example, I'm still not quite sure what this means. I mean, the encounters are actually in the features. Maybe this is overarching. Read the player's needs. I need to bring this into a better form, or else I won't use it. do something like this, maybe. But this will take a lot of time. Maybe I should do this when I start each feature or each point on this list. Well, in any case, I have now a list to do, a list of tasks to do. And when I'm done with this list, I'll hopefully have a game that can be released. Of course, this list will change. But it will be the guide going forward. And actually I can sort these. That might be a good idea. In terms of importance. So the features, without the features there's no game. Without NPC placement there's no game. Without the start run screen there's no game. Without permadeath there's also no game. Without tutorial dungeon there's also not really a game because nobody understands what's going on. Without the intelligent path generator or enemy scaling. So I think the start run screen is pretty important. And I have the attract mode. I should actually move these up. 12. Oh, should I? No, don't think so. Maybe I should not have this distinction. Yeah, let's remove it. So that's already better. I can actually remove the times. Because they were estimations anyway. And did their service. Actually, that's stupid. I need them to check myself. What was it? 28 weeks. What do I really need them? They're just so noisy. Yeah, let's remove them. I can always re-estimate. Not remove them. I won't remove them. Just need to bring this into a better form. Maybe like this. It's less noisy. And let's make it all days. Days. Like this. I know this looks like busy work and procrastination, because it kind of is. Days. 7 days. 7 days. Because I can't start something serious today. Because it's already pretty late. So I'll just bring this in a more readable form and then call it a day. But this may take a while still. Okay, so start run screen. That's the run start screen. I'll make myself a coffee real quick. Be right back. Oh, bitrate is bad again. Still, maybe it caught itself again. Well, I'll have to. I mean, it's been fine for these 2 weeks, so it's pretty strange. Okay. This coffee at night doesn't bother you to sleep? Not really. So this is not. I guess it's not that strong of a coffee. But sometimes, I mean, I feel it. I'm not that sleepy, but I can just when I go to bed and I need to sleep, I just read something, and I always get sleepy, and then I fall asleep. So yeah, my bitrate is all over the place. Yeah, so, and same thing actually with reading. Yeah, it's a pretty good life hack. Just read something when you're not sleepy, and then read on a jailbreak Kindle. Yeah, I do too. I have an old Kindle where I have some books, mostly old books that are out of copyright. But I also have a subscription to the New Yorker, which I read when I have time, which is very seldom the case, sadly. And Andre, you are working on Handmade Hero. Working through Handmade Hero. Collectibles with play value. I just decided that I'm really undecided on whether to keep these dates. Because I don't want this to devolve into a real 9-to-5 job. And I'll disregard this anyway if it needs to be, but yeah. Yes, but I just watched the first episode. It was mostly Casey setting up things on Windows, paths and things. Yeah, I think I remember that. And then he goes into real detail about the Windows APIs, window opening stuff. I'll do the second episode tomorrow. Okay. So you're on a Windows machine right now, I guess. I think I'll keep the times. I can also get rid of these commas that I just made. Okay, this is annoying me now. What I'm doing. Well, I'm still live. Even with this internet hiccup. So I hope that stays this way. What I wanted to check is the have a camera depth parameter. Which moves the camera back. Bitrate is suffering, but it's mostly the webcam quality that gets shredded. Okay, that's good. So I have this. I can also render the game this way, which is a more skewed perspective. Which I think is fine. I mean, in some ways it's better than the extreme top-down. Did you change the font? Yes, well, I haven't changed it, I just rounded it a bit. I'm not sure if I like it, but it's easier to read. I also enabled the XBR filter that makes everything rounded. That was in the game, that has been in the game for a really long time. But I've disabled it because I'm not sure if I like it. But it looks better. The problem with this more slanted view is that this still works fine, but when you're surrounded by, this works too, but you may get occluded by forests, which are, I think, nowhere here, but you can add some. It's actually still fine. Not sure. But I think this makes this view makes the game more appealing. Oh, health potion. Haven't seen them in quite some time. What do you think, Andre? Would you be more interested in a game that looks like this, or the more top-down variant, the more top-down camera. This camera is nicer. But I like the graphics more before the rounding. Oh. Let me switch it back. Yeah, that's... I mean, I like them both. That's the problem. But this is absolutely fine. But the overall public probably will like the rounded version more. I mean, I can always just... Oh yeah, this is the font, which is actually not bad in this non-rounded version. I could always add an option to enable it. But the thing with this camera is that I'll have to be careful with the content so that it doesn't occlude the what you can see, doesn't cover the player. But I think there are not that many. I mean, this is 2 levels above this one, and there's no occlusion at all because of the gap. And I think it doesn't get much steeper than that. No. Maybe it's too zoomed in. You mean in general or in relation to the occlusion? Because I think I want the player to have some visibility ahead, but not too much, so that you can stumble into bad situations. Oh, and now I also, I'm not sure if you were there for that. I added, I have a flag that renders the background of the tiles. So this is not what you've seen the last 2 weeks. Let me switch that. So this is what it looks like, what it looked like. But I actually prefer the other way now. Yes, I noticed they're colored. Yes. But I actually... They used to be black. Yeah. I just switched it back, so this is how it was, minus the camera angle that is still slanted. But I think I like the other one better. It's just much more friendly and approachable. But it's also more cartoony. But that might be that might be a problem with the colors. Be right back. All right. Okay, so the start screen is the most important. Is it? Randomized NPC placement. I mean, there's no NPC without the features. And maybe the start screen is much better done with the features. Permadeath. I mean, actually, this shouldn't really be an order of importance, but an order of implementation, because these depend on each other. I mean, I really should just leave them as is. Intelligent path generator. I'm just bringing this all into each one of them into a single line so that it's easier to read. Encounters. Tutorial dungeon. Game menu. Companions. I mean, these are, I think, actually more pets. Well, except, I mean, friendship and romance. Not so much. Never mind. Movement code. Check. "3 days only." I'm back. Welcome back. Interesting world traversal in 3 days. Not quite sure what I thought there. Inspect mode. And game sequence. Game wiki, texts, arching encounters, readables. How do I do this? Regions, wildlife. One for each. Here, loot. Sprite. Sound. SFX. To 2 days. What's those? Outpost. One day. That's not possible. Decorate. Okay, factions, outpost. Decorate. Okay. Characters. Factions, travelers, ghosts. This is still... I still don't get them together. These characters and the ones in the features. And what is this? Overarching encounters. Was it 10 characters? Or was there elsewhere? I don't think so. 10 characters. Reoccurring. Antagonist. Okay, sound effects. Find and implement. Seven days. Um, 100 varying pitch playback. Okay, ambiances. Day, night. 2 days. Total. Maybe I should add that. or it's not clear. Sound specialization, music, each region, and day, night. Total. Main menu, attract mode. Attract mode, save, load, start. Where's this double? Save, load, start. And there's no saving. Start, load. Options. Volume. Brightness. Controls. Key. Pad. Solution. Window. Full. That makes no sense. Window full. Three days. OS support. Okay, let's just platform support. Windows and bundling. Distributable. One week. Required specs. Okay, marketing. Game logo. Image. Short pitch, keywords, description, short hook, long hook, and that's one. What was it? 1 week. Beta release. I mean, this would mark the beta release, so I should prepare for that actually. Beta testing. Well, that's wrong. Testing for 7 days. That sounds better. Better release on website. Let's make that 1 day. Okay, and there we have it. And I can move everything that's not super important down here. Okay, this is the list. And we'll start tomorrow with one of them. But which one will it be? Let's save this somewhere sensible. Maybe directly here. To do .t. I actually have a notes file, so let's move it there. So to the best of my knowledge, these are all the tasks that I need to complete in order to release the game. But I'm sure there are some missing. I mean, readables is... Oh no, that's actually not as stupid as I thought. Books, letters. Still not 100% sold on this perspective, but it does look much nicer. I don't think it plays much nicer, but it looks better. I think it's too zoomed in. I mean, I can zoom it out, but I mean more the if you let me remove the camera depth or skew. Should I save that? If I remove it, you can see that entering a building is super clean. That's not what you get with the other perspective. And this gives me the option to... I mean, right now there's a transition to black and from black out again, but that's artificial. I could instantly do this transition, and that only works in this perspective, I believe. And I could make it so that these buildings have windows, for example. So I could instantly go into the building and still have a view outside. So there would be rays where the windows are going out, where you can still see the overworld, which is what I had implemented, which is not that hard to do. I'm not sure why I threw it out, but it's much cleaner, this perspective. I'm not sure. And if I zoom this out further, let's give it 17. So this is more zoomed out. But this, I feel, I mean, it's fine. It works just fine. But I think it reveals too much of the world. At once. But actually it is kind of nice. Still unsure. But yeah, this looks much better. So at a first glance, it looks much better. Well, I mean, if there has to be more stuff in the game for me to really decide on the perspective. I believe more clutter, more things going on, and then it'll be more easy, maybe, hopefully. And what I also need to implement is these trees, they work, but they don't have walls, so you can look under them. I mean, actually, that's not bad. In this case, let's look over here. Actually, also not bad. And you might be right, a bit more zoomed out may actually be the correct choice. I can artificially limit how far the player can see. And I mean, these walls do that. I actually like it zoomed out a bit more. But yeah, I mean, this would be problematic on a handheld like a Steam Deck, for example, because it's just so small. But on a monitor, this looks pretty good. I mean, I can always just make the right analog stick zoomable, so give the player the option to choose themselves how much or how little they want to have they want the camera to be zoomed in. But this looks pretty good. I mean, for what it is. And maybe the windows in the buildings even work well with this slanted camera. That's also possible. So this is how it was before, which is also not bad. We get the trees. I mean, this is also fine. Well, in any case, I'm going to bed. Stop talking. Okay. Yeah, I think this is much better. I find the black background more pleasing to look at for the grass. That's true. Maybe I'll find a different way to represent the grass tiles. But yeah, that's right. It blends more in. But I just like that this is with the background. It's just much more plastic, much more touchable. I'm not quite sure how to describe it. It's much more real. Okay, Andre, I'll go offline for today, but I'll be back tomorrow. I think I'll leave it at this camera for now. Let me just real quick save these changes. Where am I? I need to turn on my storage. Sorry for dropping the headphones. Good night. Nice work today. Thanks, Andre. I wish you a good night too. Well, this take a while. So let's update the website by hand. I did a stream and I did layout path toward release. Well, that's pretty vague. Lists, collect tasks, collect tasks toward release. Is that correct English? Who knows? And that's actually it. CI is for commit index. No, it's just for commit. No, it's for check-in. Sorry, check-in. And CO is checkout. Okay, I can do this. Add tasks for release. And what else did I do? Not much, I believe. Okay. Did I do nothing? Good. All right, that's it. Yes. All right. Good night, Andre. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon. Hopefully, I'll be streaming tomorrow, just as I did today. All right. See you then.